Hey, everybody, what are y'all doing tonight? Well, we're going to watch the election results. Hopefully, we'll get the real world view this evening. Um, that's all we can hope for. Ain't that right, Brian? That's all we can hope for. Anywho, without further ado,
Hey,
let's
YouTube ads, you need
get
this
in
Chrome
here
extension. I feel like I just found a
and see
Google
what's
cheat
going to
code.
happen. But
This
hey,
Chrome
take
extension
a
lets you
moment,
block
thank our
ads.
sponsors, Red
At
Spoilers,
least, and that is because
29th Division
machines were
Association,
broken down that were
116foundation.org.
printing off the ballot
Right now,
after
we're
you do
watching Right
vote.
Side
As you know,
Broadcasting till about
whether it's
7.
on
And
the
then we'll
paper
pick up
ballots or
with,
whether it is on a machine
Fox
itself,
News.
you take that piece of paper and put that into another vote tabulizer. So that's a commonality throughout many states. In this situation, this county, printing was not taking place. They got that fixed right away.
Exactly. So let's kind of re-rack
Be right
and
back.
talk to you about a few things. We're seeing live, actually recorded video from earlier today. That's Bucks County, where Nikki Stanzione is live. We'll be going there soon. But we want to let you know that all of the numbers, all of the races when they're called, and all of the results, we're going to be getting them right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are working in conjunction with the Associated Press on this, so this is not just opinion on which state goes which way. Once we get the data here at Right Side, we'll be showing you on the bottom of your screen and all of the results here live in the whole coverage. This isn't just a 1 hour thing and we're out of here. We're going to be here with you guys throughout the whole night as we're hoping for a great win, of course, for the right side of history. So again, we'll be going to that projection room here in a little bit with Christina Loren. Also, we'll go live too. Nikki Stanzione. And speaking of live, we have a crew in Florida. We'll be going to Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler as well, because it's the Team Trump watch party. So you came to the right place. We've got you covered here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Bobby, we know, again, 19 electoral votes in that key swing state of Pennsylvania.
The Commonwealth is crucial for a Trump victory, or really whoever will be the next president of the United States. So winning Pennsylvania, especially perhaps early on in the evening, can really set the stage for the rest of those swing states. Now, based on polling, and of course, if you're still in line, as President Trump said, stay in line, keep voting, swamp the vote. That has been the messaging. We saw that in the early vote tabulations. 83 million, nearly 84 million actually, voted early in the popular vote. That's a record. We see in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina early voting records on the Republican side, and ultimately in the Peach State of Georgia, you have a situation where we could see over 5 million people voting. So many records being set and broken tonight.
It's so wild to see the amount of early voting that's happened on the right side of the aisle. I have personal friends that said, well, they're still voting. They still voted today. They wanted to vote day of. It is what it is. You have your choice. And it's just great to see that people are voting. And we're looking forward to seeing those numbers come in here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's talk about some of the polls closing. It's 6:50 Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Polls close statewide in the first 6 states, including the swing state of Georgia. So in 10 minutes, the polls close statewide in the first 6 states, including Georgia. At 7:30, we'll get on with the other hours in a little bit, but let's go to 7:30. Polls close in another battleground state, North Carolina, as well as 2 other states, Ohio and West Virginia. So that's at 7:30. So every time the polls close, we'll be bringing you guys any of the projections as well as we see the breakdown of the data coming in with the precincts and all the polling. So we'll have that here for you on Right Side Broadcasting.
So far,
Network.
they
Pretty
have
awesome
said
to have
Indiana,
Nikki live in Pennsylvania and Harrison
Kentucky
and Megan live at the Team Trump
have
watch party in Palm Beach. Tonight
been
could be a
called.
great night, and we're hoping for it, and we're going to watch it with you.
And that Palm Beach Convention Center is absolutely fantastic. Turning Point USA moved their Student Action Summit to Phoenix, Arizona, because they've grown so much as an organization. When I was with them, we used to hold that, and it used to be winter in West Palm Beach.
Hey, viewers, thanks
one
for
of my
tuning in.
favorite
Appreciate it very
convention centers,
much.
and plenty of space for thousands of MAGA rally friends and supporters, great patriots, to enjoy the
All
evening,
one of
and
you.
perhaps an
Thank you.
appearance from the president himself.
Always good to see President Trump. I mean, how about just the past few days? Unbelievable. Just yesterday, 4 rallies in a day. You had it all covered right here on Right Side. And of course, tonight, We're looking forward to sharing some numbers with you. Speaking of that, we know that Indiana and Kentucky, about 9% of the precincts are reporting at this point, both in Indiana and Kentucky, leaning to President Trump right now. That is the latest from the map with the Associated Press that we have that access, of course, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So more polls will close at 8 o'clock. Michigan, Wisconsin at 9 p.m., Arizona 9 p.m., Nevada at 10, North Carolina a little bit earlier at 7:30. So all of these swing states, I mean, this is what it's all about. And you and I have talked about this a lot. Right. The 93 electoral votes that are up for grabs in this country are those 7 swing states. And we're going to dive into these states, not only here, but when we see the numbers coming with the AP, but also in that projection room that we'll show you here in just a minute.
And why they are important and what voters are really feeling there and talking about. We've seen the vice president really play dual ads, almost a duplicity. Is she for Israel? Is she for Hamas? That's been a large question in the Somali and Arab communities in Dearborn, Michigan, very heavily, the majority there, coming out for President Trump, supporting him, including Democrat mayors, because they said, we might not agree with President Trump on everything, especially his pro-Israel policies, but we know he wants to keep America safe, and peace through strength works, because you have to remember, many of these American residents have family back home, and they don't want to see them continued at war, regardless of what side they are on. And that's been really the peace message has been a large factor in this campaign.
Exactly, and that's what's awesome about this. President Trump running to be president of all of America. Obviously, we have a lot of different kinds of ways of thinking in the country, but at the end of the day, running as a freedom movement for conservatism, and that's what we want to see happen here in this country. Real quick side note, we know we love the Constitution, we love the Declaration of Independence. Bobby's tie tonight, all about the Declaration of Independence. So we both have a copy of the Constitution as well. We're very political minded people, but we know that it's based in common sense. You know, it's not rocket science. We just love this country and we want to see it free. So tonight's the night for it to happen. We hope to see it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So again, we'll be going to Christina here shortly. Let's talk about that, the projection. Again, it's a projection of the state when we see the numbers come in that it's leaning towards, and then we project that they win, but it's still a little bit to tackle from there, right?
Of course, and that's why you have county clerks and secretaries of state who oversee our elections. This is based in our federalist system, and really it takes roughly an average of 2 weeks to certify and tabulate that per state. It may take longer with court delays, especially when they're close elections. When that does happen, of course, we know it goes to the United States House of Representatives for that final certification. So it's a process, and that's why we are projecting here, and that's what you see in these numbers that will take place. Now, mathematically, it could be, as President Trump has pushed, too big to rig. Grant Cardone, a great supporter, businessman of President Trump, really pushing for that 100 million in the popular vote total in order to really secure the election electorally.
Exactly. So again, it's the road to 270. So the road to 270, the pathway to 270, which states will go to President Trump, which ones will go to the installed candidate Harris. We'll see. We'll have those numbers for you as we go. All right, so we have a couple of sponsors to read for you to let you know about. Let's go with Angel Paste. We know that out of Spring, Texas, this great group right here with this awesome product, they're able to hire a lot of veterans. That's what they do at Angel Paste. So it's a product that you can definitely try out. You see the website there, angelpaste.com. A great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, this brought to you by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It's the leading conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. So you see that information right there on your screen, amac.us/RSBN. A lot of great information there to check out. So amac.us/RSBN. All right, Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez, live with you guys.
Really?
Monitor the numbers
in Tennessee or in Virginia?
Polls are starting to close.
I was going to say, because usually Virginia opens at 6.
Share a few things with you. President Trump on Truth Social talking about Detroit and Philadelphia specifically. about the situation of the election, seeing some massive fraud in Philadelphia. That's President Trump's words. So we're reporting that, of course, to you right now.
Right, and we do know from the Secretary of State's office in Michigan, Detroit has tabulated 95% of their early votes, and they're balloting ahead of schedule because they have been rather slow with that in the past, and that was of 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Exactly. So we know that there are various polls that will actually stay open. If we could talk about the county in Pennsylvania that you have information on.
Yes, absolutely. So we have a couple of counties here in Pennsylvania that are running late. They will remain open until 10 p.m. Eastern because machines broke down and printing could not happen.
Yeah, I
so
remember
those
that, talking about that.
are right here. I had them written down. Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. Also Cambria County, Pennsylvania. So 2 to watch. They'll be slightly extended, but the courts have ruled that they can continue with that, and those will be heavily monitored. And we know
Yeah, I
Michael
just texted
Whatley,
you. Did you get it?
has put RNC lawyers on the ground to oversee that as well.
All right, let's go now to the projection room here
you're
at
now
Lakeside
on YouTube?
Broadcasting Network. Looking at the Electoral College is RSBN's Christina Lorang. Christina?
Thank you, Matthew and Bobby. Yes, we are in the projection room and we're taking
No,
a
no,
really
no.
close look.
Go to the live video.
As things develop overnight tonight, we're going to
No, you're
continue
not.
to keep you up to date. And you can see right now, shaded in light red, we have Indiana and Kentucky
on.
where the returns are coming in. And so far, they are looking good for President
so it's-
Donald J.
okay, now
Trump.
you're on.
We know that Indiana
See
and
the bottom?
Kentucky are likely to go red for Donald J. Trump. However, polls are going to be closing here, like Matthew just pointed out, in just a few moments. On the East Coast at 7 p.m., we're watching
Scrolling.
for Georgia,
On the
Florida,
bottom.
South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. And just to kind of give you a lay of the land, it's going to be these 7 swing states that we're really going to be watching for you as we head into tonight. Now, in Nevada, we're looking for 6 electoral votes. So these numbers are going to be coming in much later than we're expecting the East Coast numbers to come in. However, those 6 electoral votes are already looking very good for President Donald J. Trump based on early voting. We're also watching Arizona, where we have 11 electoral votes. Obviously, the border.
Hey,
is a
everybody,
big
thanks
story
for tuning
this
in.
part of the
Appreciate
country.
you watching with us
We're
as we
watching
go
the great
through
state
the
of Wisconsin,
election
the Badger State, another
results.
state that could very
And
well
hopefully you
decide
will-
this election. And
Your
then, of course, to
candidate
talk
will
about
win.
North Carolina, here's where
Yeah.
the big numbers come
Let's see
in.
what it's-
16. Michigan has
what it's
15.
gonna do tonight.
And we're also watching for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be a big one. Could actually decide the entire election. Polls open in
All right, so
Pennsylvania
we're gonna
at
switch
7
over
a.m.
to
Again, they're going to be closed.
Fox News, since they're supposed to be going live here in just a second. And hopefully they will go live here in just a second. Da, 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 da. But anyway, hopefully you voted today. What do you think, Brian?
Hopefully everybody voted. I hope everybody.
Well, every vote counts.
That'd be very nice of them.
So we're watching to see if there's going to be a red wave, see if the Senate's going to be taken back by the Republicans or if they're going to lose seats and be controlled by the Democrats. Yeah, the Senate can be, you got the presidential election, you got some governor's elections. Wow, I'm going to be on repeat here.
What, did you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
All right, I'll give you a second.
There. That's all you need.
Come on. 701. Come on.
They on yet?
No, they ain't live yet.
We got the little girl on my phone. Hey, man, you up in here, man? What's up? How you doing?
Hey, thanks, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for watching.
Are you hot or cold over there? Wondering, are you hot or cold? You're hot?
Better fix that. Come on. Start. Today. Now. All right. So right now, Trump has 19. Yep, 19 electoral votes, and Harris has 3. Where? Oh. Come on. It still says upcoming. I'm looking at live election results. I'm looking at them right now. So far, like I said, 3 and 19.
7:30.
Kentucky went,
Carolina.
Indiana went 60.7 for Trump,
Yeah.
and Kentucky went 71.1 so far.
So far, yeah.
Yep.
It'd be Ohio, Virginia. There we go. Break it up. Break it up.
Lordy. That's not streaming. Dang it. All right, come on. Get started. Start. Dang it.
He's just watching there.
Something else. Trying to keep things separated.
Oh, I understand. You're trying to keep it all on your windows. I got you. I
Yeah.
totally got you. Totally got you.
But so far, so good for them being on time with something, right?
Well, they are. Because Bill Hammer was just sitting there. It's just you don't have it in the right frame.
No, that was something totally different.
Okay.
That was something totally different. That's not there. That's this over here. And it's got all the little results at the bottom of the screen. North Carolina, watch for but it's not popping up. It says 7 o'clock. This is ridiculous.
Go up there and click live. You're on home. Click live.
Nothing. Supposed to be at 7.
They want you to watch it on this thing.
Well, it says 7 p.m. That's ridiculous. I guess we'll go back. What?
The exposed mainstream media pollsters is absolutely lying and shilling for Democrats, because it was really weird. We showed Joe Biden losing to Donald Trump this entire year up until the debate, and actually after the debate, our poll numbers tightened.
Who's
because
calling
everybody was
Georgia?
like, oh man, Trump might actually win. But what was
Kentucky
interesting
and
is
Iowa for
about
Trump.
a month, pollsters got the tap on the shoulder
Oh,
to actually
IA is
slow
not
Biden down.
Indiana. Indiana is
Kamala Harris
IN.
was anointed. All of the polls broke hard left.
Yeah,
some
see
of them,
that.
like Reuters Ipsos, went in mid.
I don't know why they got
Trump
IA.
plus one,
IA
all
is
the way
not
out to
Indiana.
Harris
Is
plus
not
6.
Iowa.
I'm pretty sure their final call is Harris plus 1. So they went all the way out in the
Vermont
left field, and so many other
is
people
for
like Morning
Kamala.
Consult, ABC Ipsos,
19
all
and
these
3.
pollsters followed them out to show that Harris had a bigger lead than Hillary Clinton did, except we all remember back in 2016, the polling was showing Hillary Clinton up 9-10 points. So they were never able to show that Kamala Harris had as good of a chance as Hillary Clinton in the polling, and we all know the polls lean left. And now here we are at the end of the cycle. We had Trump plus 2 that entire time, and we kind of stood out there on the lone saying, look, I mean, everybody knows who Trump is. He's had everything thrown at him. Even the assassination attempts weren't moving my polls at all. So none of this stuff about Nazis, none of this stuff about garbage, none of it really was going to move the race. And that's really bad for her because in our polling, she kind of hit a 47-point ceiling, and that was it. And so now they're not all to the right as far as us, but a lot of pollsters are. We have Wall Street Journal, National Popular Vote +3. Forbes Harris X was Trump +2. Atlas Intel was Trump +2. I think their final call might be Trump +1. But a lot of pollsters clustered in between a tied National Popular Vote and Donald Trump winning. And again, all of their media outlets, all of the headlines, oh, it's too close to call. It's too close.
Total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast. Madison Allworth is actually in Norcross, Georgia, with the view from the ground. Hey, Madison.
Hey,
Nice
Brett. Hey,
coming.
Martha. So, yeah, polls have closed at a majority of locations here in Georgia, including the location that I'm at. I can actually see from my vantage point that at least one person has tried to come in past 7 p.m. and they are turning them away because this poll location, like most, closed at 7. But there are a few because of issues that will be
But it
open
is
past
Trump
7 p.m.
gets
So
Georgia.
5 locations in Fulton County, 1 here in Gwinnett County. Those
Not
6
yet.
had issues
Up
with
Indiana.
unsubstantiated
Yep,
threats.
there we go.
So they were closed for a certain amount of time during the day. They've been allowed to be open for that amount of time past 7. We also have 7 precincts in DeKalb.
Braun
That's another
is
area in
ahead
the
of
Atlanta metro
McCormick
area
in the
that have
governor
bomb
race here in
threats.
Indiana.
We're still waiting to see if those locations are going to be allowed to be extended past that 7 p.m. window.
Banks
So
has
majority
already been
results have come in.
declared.
We've talked to the Georgia
That's
Secretary of
Indiana
State, Brad
Senate, not
Raffensperger,
State
a number of times. He has
State
reiterated he's
Senate, not-
really confident that majority results will be reported by
70%
8
for Trump
p.m.
in
And now,
Kentucky.
when it comes to how close it is here, recounts are not necessary. But if it's within 0.5%, a candidate can request it. We're going to start to get those results really any minute now. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Yep,
Okay,
I got
Madison,
you.
thank you.
All right, let's go to Sandra Smith, who is
Yep.
looking at these Fox News voter analysis surveys and picking up some information about different voter groups out there. What are you learning, Sandra?
Which could be telling a big story right now. And this is the first time you'll see this, and the first time since the polls have now closed, begun to close there, that we can break this down by candidate. Okay. First up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%. Okay.
Yes, I can hear
so
you.
right now she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data
I
point
got you.
there,
You're
Brett, because
fine.
I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is. Strong showing, 89%. But let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points. I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So we have a lot more data coming in, and we will continue to bring that to you. Brett, Martha?
Those are really
Sandra,
interesting
thank
numbers.
you.
They tell a
Absolutely.
story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr.,
Yeah, I
Karl
got you.
Rove, Laura Ingram, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome.
will.
Great to have you here. She's underperforming Biden is the headline there.
Yeah, it looks like right now, Harris isn't getting enough from women, at least in Georgia, that she would need to overcome what Trump is getting from men, both increase in support from black men and men overall.
Nope.
This is going to be the question throughout the night, because the Trump people and all their surrogate
Georgia's
groups have
flipping
tried to
out
really
50,
mobilize men.
44.
We talked about this afternoon, Martha. I mean, from Joe
Now-
Rogan to Elon
now you're
Musk
very light.
and all
I
the
can
other
barely
people
hear you.
down the line, they are trying to turn out that male vote. I would keep an eye on Virginia, and Carl knows this better than everyone else, but in 2020 in Virginia, Trump lost by 9.2, and in 2016 he lost by 4.9. Watch what happens in Virginia. Youngkin has been phenomenal on the ground for Trump, and even if that lead is cut by half, let's say it's 4 points, that could be a bellwether of something to come. Also in New Hampshire, where I spent 4 long winters.
Yes.
See what happens in New Hampshire. That was very tight in 2016. and
Robert,
2020.
welcome to you as well. You know, the state of Georgia, Biden flipped Georgia for the first time since 1992, largely because of the black electorate. Looking at those numbers right now, it doesn't seem like she's delivering that same kind of power.
Yeah, those numbers seem soft, although I would tell you I was predicting North Carolina over Georgia for the vice president, because I think Stein will be like plus 15 versus Robinson. And
The
I
governors.
think the governors, and I think that may help the vice president.
I can barely
These
hear
are
you
soft
now, Hero.
numbers, and I thought with Warnock
I can barely
and
hear you
Ossoff,
now,
two
Hero.
senators that are popular, we would have maybe seen
You're
a
fine.
better
You're
turnout.
fine.
So I'm hoping this is just the early voting.
Yeah, not all the data obviously is in yet. Carl, what's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking at half of the problem. The problem is that we're looking at is what's the division of the black vote by men and women, Trump versus Harris. The other thing we need to look at is turnout. A 1% decline in black turnout in Georgia over the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the picture. Let's see if
Yeah, I
it's
know.
compensated or offset a little bit by how
It's
much
what they did in
the
Virginia, too,
black
with less than
turnout is. Is it
1% of the
bigger
vote.
than last time or smaller than last time? I'd make one other point. The other part of the Georgia equation that we're going to have to watch, we have a little bit of evidence from, and I mean a little bit of evidence from Indiana that we ought to be worried about, if the Trump campaign ought to be worried about, and that is the suburban support. Hamilton County went Republican 4 years ago. Trump won up 52 to 45. Tonight, with about 2/3 of the vote in, he's losing it to Kamala Harris, 50 to 44, or excuse me, 50 to 48. So he's running behind his performance. If that happens in
Indiana.
In Georgia, with these suburban counties like Forsyth and Cherokee,
Yeah.
Gwinnett, which was won by Biden, but it has a huge biggest number of Republican voters in the state are in Gwinnett. You remember, Hamilton County, 34% of the Republican primary voters in May voted for Nikki Haley when she had no chance of winning. We're seeing that effect tonight with the county being blue, at least at this point.
Harold, it's just worth pointing out that the Fox News voter analysis is this rolling poll over several days, 120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look at that data that Sandra talked about, with the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate or not accurate it is. So far, it's lining up. Your thoughts where you are?
So I think Carl's point is right. I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but just breakdown of women versus men. Because if indeed he's underperforming the suburban areas in Indiana, you could extrapolate perhaps that happens in Georgia. But I would agree, if these numbers hold up, if he's polling, he being President Trump, 25% amongst black men. That's a challenge. If you see that in the other big cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia, that could be an issue as you think about the tightness of this race. But this campaign, the Harris campaign, is
Yeah, but for a
always said that
lefty,
it's
he's
women.
pretty
They're going to be the key here. I
sound,
agree with
you know
Robert.
what I
I
mean?
think the North Carolina piece, the Stein Robinson race, that gubernatorial race, will have an advantage for Harris. But this is early. She's still ahead in Georgia, and I think once we get some more of these numbers in, once you get to 10, 15, 20%, I think we'll have a little bit better sense of whether or not this 25% African American male thing is as serious as it seems.
But them
We have on
calling
the screen,
Vermont
you know,
for
you have
Harris
the
right now,
numbers,
that's
and
not
then
a.
you look at the percent
right.
of precincts
Virginia's
in.
up right now.
Right now
That's
it's
not
at
a
3%.
big-
So
I mean,
as you
they
look
kinda
at
expected
the
Vermont to
screen,
be blue
that's what
anyway.
you'll be seeing throughout the night.
I mean, one of the things that the Harris campaign, which Harold just touched on, Dana, is that they're hoping that they're going to make it up with some moderate GOP voters that will be persuaded over to the Harris camp. What's the feel for that at this stage of the game?
46 in
I would
Florida
be
right now,
skeptical
with
that there is
45%
a
in.
lot
That's tight.
of that kind of vote out there. So Governor Kemp had some problems with President Trump for a while, but they patched those things up. And I believe that as Youngkin has been very good for President Trump in Virginia, that Kemp has an amazing operation there in Georgia, and he has been tireless out there for him. And I also think that we should
Georgia is
thank
gonna be
Georgia
tight.
for doing what it needed to do in order to help get us these results in as quickly as possible, to have integrity in the
know.
vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get through those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules. And that, I think, will help people feel confident
Right.
about the results.
Britt, the economy is the #1 issue in Georgia by far.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Right, that's important. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on throughout the night, it seems to me, are what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, is just the low propensity voters.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but can't think of a quickly better way to say it. But
People who
the
don't
Trump
vote very
campaign has
often.
really set a great deal of store by the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. There are people who didn't vote in 2020 or maybe even didn't vote in 2016
well,
and
maybe never
2020.
voted. And they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you asked them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
We might have an indication of it
What's
if you look
that,
at some
Mo?
of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. If you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties. there are
Yeah,
100,
the one from NBC
50
News.
or 159 counties in Georgia. You'll see that Trump is getting
Yeah,
a
and they
bigger
found
number
out he
of votes
wasn't.
in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity.
Yeah.
voter.
All right, we're going to dig into these numbers, and we'll head back to Bill momentarily.
Yeah,
Election
because
night
he's
just getting
always
started.
on the freaking.
Some of the first polls are about to close in
He always
hotly
seems to be
contested
there.
state of North Carolina. So we're going to have some data there to show you coming up right after this break as our special coverage continues.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa.
Oh, yeah, it's down here.
Against
It's right here.
UCLA.
39-29, 51
Kicks
needed.
off at 9
Yeah.
Eastern on Fox.
So right
Hey,
now
America,
it's 39.
are you ready?
If you
The
look at the bottom of the
2024
screen here,
Fox
you'll
Nation
see
Patriot
it.
Awards. Be part of this year's celebration live in New York.
And then you can go to the house. The house is at 7.5 and
Tickets are available now.
2.18
Go to
are needed.
foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
So
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like
Hey,
trash.
thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it very much.
in
Glad you're here. We're watching the election results
who is here
live.
illegally knows
Right
they will
now,
be protected.
Donald Trump has 19
Where was my
electoral
son's
votes.
sanctuary?
Kamala Harris has
Sanctuary
3.
America.
Are we a country that
Florida
has
and
a border?
Georgia are very tight
Streaming
at
now
the
on
moment.
Fox Nation.
So
Fox Nation would like
hang
to
in
thank
there
all
with us,
active
and
military
we will
and
watch
veterans by
with you
offering
as this
their
happens.
first year of Fox Nation free.
So-
Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the
What's that?
story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for
Yep.
our freedom.
This is their top guy.
So we're also watching the scroller down here at the bottom.
The difference between life and
See how
Go to
the
foxnation.com
locations are coming in. As you see, some
and get
won't
your
come in
first
till
year
9,
for
10
free.
o'clock tonight. West Coast really won't come in. Indiana now it's 61. That's given. Kentucky 51. Florida's at 53.
Yes.
And 51. 58 in Virginia.
Come and be baptized in the River Jordan. I speak in the name of the one true God.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach
Yeah,
these
before
boys
they'll
abortion
close all the polls there.
is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. It just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of days.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, Family, Football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
See just how gifted you are for only
Now Florida's getting a
$39.
gap 52, and Georgia, Trump is up now 51 when he was just down. So
Watching all the branches tonight, so control of the Senate could be decided as well in the state, potentially, of Ohio. Democrat incumbent Sherrod Brown fighting to hold on to his long-held seat against GOP newcomer Bernie Moreno in one of the
So
year's
do I.
closely watched races and a very expensive race. Let's check in with Nate Foy, who's
No,
live in
I haven't.
Starnesville, Ohio, where the polls are about to close. Hey, Nate.
Oh, really?
Hey, guys. So, yeah, more than $400 million in ad spending in this Senate race, and a few people still coming in here to vote just minutes before the polls close at 7:30. And voter turnout has been strong. More than 2.5 million Ohioans voted early. This morning at 5 a.m., there was a line stretching around this entire building with people ready to vote, and it really reflects what's at stake. 17 electoral votes. Former President Donald Trump is expected to carry the state for a third time. But as you mentioned,
Yeah,
the race
New
that
Hampshire
everybody
now
is
is
watching
going
is
Trump,
between the
61,
incumbent Democratic Senator
37.
Sherrod Brown and GOP challenger Bernie Moreno. Now, Senator Brown has campaigned seeking a fourth term, trying to make this about reproductive rights, which
Yep.
are enshrined in Ohio's Constitution. And for that reason, Moreno
South
told us
Carolina's
last night
starting
it
to come
should be a
in.
non-issue in this race. And he says that Senator Brown is turning
Bernie
abortion
Sanders
into a
won
political
Vermont
weapon.
Senate. That was kind of a given.
There is no ability federally to be able to handle abortion at the federal level.
Oh,
one
Virginia
way
might be
or
going
the
red.
other. So what I'm going to focus on
58-2.
as a United States Senator is to bring people together on this issue.
58.2 in Virginia.
And we will see the
And
impact
Chow
that
is up
former President Donald
57-1
Trump
to
has
42-9
down
over
the
King.
ballot. Keep in mind, no Democratic senator has won an election in a state that Trump carried while
Jen
Trump was on
Kagan's
the
is
ballot.
winning in
We'll see
Virginia
if
Beach.
that changes tonight. We'll send it back to you.
Nate Foy
you,
with
Nate.
the golf voice inside the polling area. That was nice.
He said there weren't that many people left.
Whisper.
He felt like he had to be quiet.
Yeah, I think so. Battleground, North Carolina, also among the next
Virginia
batch of
might flip
poll
red.
closings,
I
a
mean,
tight
all that's
presidential race in a
a
state
lot of
Trump
down
won
the southern
twice.
tip
Many
of
voters there
Virginia.
still recovering, obviously, from Hurricane Helene.
Florida's
Senior correspondent Jonathan
53-46
Sarek
now.
is live in Raleigh. Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett and Martha. Most of the polls throughout the state are going to close just minutes from now, with the exception of 2 precincts that had technical problems that delayed voting this morning. The issue in
Trump's back
Wilson
up in
County
Georgia, 51 to
involved a
47.
printer cable, and in Burke County, it was a laptop that wouldn't boot up. In both instances, it involved equipment used for checking in voters, not the actual voting machines. Other than that, elections officials say things have been moving pretty smoothly, including in the western part of the state, which was heavily damaged in Hurricane Helene. 7 tents with electric generators and voting machines are in place to accommodate Election Day voting in areas where normal voting sites were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout would already voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set
Yep.
in
8
2020
o'clock's gonna be the big
for
bunch.
total ballots cast. Back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
7:30, 8,
So let's take
8:30,
it
and
around our
9.
panel.
That's
You
how
know,
they
we just heard
close
a
out.
little bit about the abortion issue, Laura, and it's interesting just
Ohio,
looking
North
at
Carolina,
our
and
Fox
West
News voter
Virginia at
analysis,
7:30.
because we saw in 2022 in the midterms, this was obviously it was more of an impact than people thought it was going to have going in. But in this situation, it appears that only a quarter.
South Carolina, the gap's getting bigger, 61-37.
Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision. So that's going to be a big question
What's
tonight.
that?
Does abortion turn out to be as big an issue as perhaps Democrats would like it to be?
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food prices was staggering. It was 85%, 91%. I'm very concerned about
Funny,
both.
Vermont, they
But
called
certain,
for
voter
Harris,
analysis
but
and
they
some of the other
elected a
networks,
Republican governor.
Edison Reuters has abortion at 14,
and a libertarian or
democracy
a
at 35,
independent for
the
their
economy
Senate.
at 31. Immigration down at 11. I'm not sure
It is.
I buy that, but look, it's a stark choice presented to
Oh,
America tonight.
now it's
Do you
a
want the
flip in
status
Virginia,
quo, which is pretty much
51-47
high
for
prices,
Harris.
high cost of living, fairly liberal to open border situation,
And
or
for
do you want
Kane,
a
it
change?
flipped,
We know what that change was like in
52-47.
2019. I don't think we've had as stark a choice, perhaps since 1980, as we do
Jen Kagan's
tonight
is
for the
still
country.
up.
But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about her old record, not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but about
Anderson's
abortion
still up on
and
the
young
House.
women and Donald Trump, fascist, Nazi. That's their clothes. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your clothes. I think that's a pretty dark view of
Well,
the country.
bigger gap in Florida,
I think the
53-45,
economy is still the number one issue
64% in.
nationwide. I'm not buying some of these exit polls.
Harold, of economic issues, this election overall, every race, it's estimated to have $15.9 billion with a B dollars spent on this election. Almost $16 billion. That surpasses the record of $15.1 billion in
Georgia.
2020. If you were to take a checkbook and write a check to every American everywhere, it's almost $50 a person. And we are tied tonight in the presidential race.
I gather some Americans would love the $50 check as opposed to having them gone through what we've gone through here over the last
But the vice
few
president's campaign has spent more than former President Trump. And do you think, right now, looking at the numbers, that they're getting their money worth?
Yeah, what do you need?
It's early. We'll find out. One of the reasons we spend so much in campaigns today is that the campaign process is a business. They start 4 years out. They begin raising money and hiring pollsters and all those kinds of things. Hopefully, we get some reform to that going forward. But I have to tell you, just looking at the early numbers, you got to be a little concerned if you're Democrats.
It won't. I've already tried to
The numbers,
expand
it's
it.
way
I've
early,
already
so we're going
tried
to
to
get
expand it. It
lot
won't.
more things here. But to see those numbers that Bill put up in Florida and Miami-Dade.
I know. I've been trying
with
to
the breakdown
do it a
between the
couple
two
of times.
candidates. That's a little concerning. The concern that you raise, Carl, about suburban voters in Indiana, Democrats have to be a little
11-6 at the House
about
level
this
right now.
as we head in here. I'm curious to know also about that Florida abortion thing that was on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really an impact. The Kemp relationship with Trump, it seems like it might have been repaired a bit as you look at some of these numbers early on. We'll have to see what suburban voters. I quote what someone said a little bit about the black voters in Georgia. It was not necessarily black voters in Georgia. It was suburban and rural voters in Georgia that put Biden over. And
here in
he gave the
Indiana, she
seats
was
to
on the
to
ballot
Democratic senators
for
there. So as we get
president.
more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very, very telling because if Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump, Trump needs that in his math. He can't do it without those states in reality. Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip there. You get a surprise there, and then the night takes on a little bit of a different pace and a different tone. So those are the numbers I'm looking most closely at, Brett, here in the next few minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds.
You have to wonder if that's like Richmond and Charlottesville, Northern Virginia starting to come in. That's what happens all the time in Virginia.
It's so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes. But I would also say this.
What?
When 75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction.
Because of what she's wearing without the goatee.
And their number one issue is the economy. You should listen to them because that's what it is.
Well, Miami-Dade was flipped by DeSantis. He lost it in his first governor's race, and then he won Miami-Dade in the second. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in Miami-Dade right now. We'll see.
Britt, do you want to do the TikTok sound for us?
I'm not sure I remember how.
We are coming up on the next poll closing, and it's a big one because North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there as we wait for the poll closing right now.
Here we go.
It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes. And it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown. And We can say that
West
Fox
Virginia
News
that's
does
where you got the
project
23
that
because I
Trump
just
will
saw
win
a jump
West
from
Virginia,
19 to
not a very
23.
big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
we
we'll
expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up. With that last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrat, now independent. Fox News
look at
can
that.
project
West Virginia
that Jim
brought in
Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans. That win puts the GOP one seat away from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate.
So we're at
assuming
40-29
they don't lose any
right now.
seats along the way that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News decision desk says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
Right. Well,
and in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrissey
that whole
will succeed
scandal
Jim
he had,
Justice
I
as
think,
the
might
state's
have killed it for him.
37th governor. He has wanted
I
that
don't
spot
see
for a
it
long
either.
time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrissey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer and get a sense of how all of
Bill,
this stacks
tell
up
us.
That
on the
Florida
board.
story is really interesting, Bill.
Yeah, it is. Why don't we start there this time? And good evening again. Just past 7:30 here on the East Coast. I was looking at Miami right now. Miami-Dade, the last time as a county they had voted for a Republican president was 1988, George Bush, 41. And right now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment.
60-39.
North Carolina,
now
kind of
we're
like
going up.
Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, and in the blue wall a little bit right now. Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020. And he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this. The percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's.
Yeah, but the numbers are going up, 60
let's
to
look at the
38.
vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you. We can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right?
Here we go,
This
a
is
new
a
thing.
dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I'd give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seemed to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points, a raw vote of 11,700.
Some snafu.
And 79.
Yeah,
all right?
snafu.
Now, so this is where we are now. And I'll just, with a lot of that vote out there, Trump's got a lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night. But we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story. Maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all, this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004. That was easy. That wasn't a battleground at all.
Oh, wait,
this is
Obama.
where Barack Obama performed so well, took the Tar Heel State just by so much they're okay in North Carolina, but was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this, all right? Yeah.
Yeah, they had to change
So
camera.
as you can see, like these states, they change.
It
That's really
froze.
part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live, where people choose to work, go to school, et cetera. So we'll like tag on to that throughout the night.
You know,
We'll show that to
North
you.
Carolina, you look at the counties you are following, Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's just such a population shift. You know, more than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina that Democrats are looking to.
Yeah, I look at Wake County. We can show you on the board in a second here. I look at Guilford, too. That's Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. You know, young folks go there to go to school and to find a job as well. And we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. You know, Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture. And
North
they're able to win
Carolina
the
showing
county,
68
but not
for
by big
Harris
enough of
right
a
now.
margin to capture the
Wow.
entire state. So
By the
that's
way,
been somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush Kerry. He really felt
Yeah,
the old
Stein
days.
up by
Yeah.
freaking 25.
But you're right. The change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is below any other place I've seen in the South. Major county. You know, the 5 major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing, and I don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene and the impact on, I believe, 25 counties were affected by Hurricane Helene. And one of the early discussions was, you know, a lot of those counties are red. Are they going to be able to vote? And then everyone felt like it was going to be okay. It looked like it was in good shape for
I'll show that to you, Martha, here. And I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? You're only 2%
Look at that
statewide.
blue.
But what you're
Yeah.
talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes. So let's go and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago.
See how-
Here were the
yeah,
results,
look at how
right?
they voted.
You know, Trump won the state several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these mobile voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
Go to Virginia and look at their numbers. I want to see
The Harris
what the blue
campaign is
on that.
pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia
Vindman
have had to
just
have
went
extended
way
hours
over
because of that
Anderson
bomb threat that you
by
guys were
30
reporting
points.
on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett,
Almost 30
other
points, I
key
should say.
population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out. But Donald Trump this morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, "Stay in line." Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign season.
Tonight. He's
Yeah.
still up on X saying stay in line.
Yeah, stay in line. Don't get out of the line because, you know, Harris supporters were reporting in Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line
Georgia's
for
back up 60.
6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other reporting. So people have to, and a lot of people can't wait in line for that long. And so that could end up being
South
something
Carolina's
that
still
both
up for
parties
Trump
complain
too
about
right
in the
now.
end. But, you know, we'll see.
Robert?
So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together, I said that Kamala Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win. And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one. but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big
And
difference.
some polls had it even tighter.
And some, I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. Listen, I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic.
Yeah, you
I'm
told me
gonna
about
stay
that.
optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities that, you know, we're depending huge votes for Harris. But it doesn't feel as good yet.
But we have a lot of vote that is still outstanding, right, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we some of these smaller counties in Georgia and North Carolina will come in quickly, but the bigger counties where this will be settled will take a little while to get compiled.
But you'll be looking not only at how she's doing versus Biden, but how he's doing against himself, 2020 and 2016.
Right. And my suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas and he's doing slightly worse in urban and suburban areas.
Yeah, I see that.
And the key will end up being the decider will
Ohio.
be if he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Georgia's still trending Trump.
That's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna.
All right, I will be right back.
One of the biggest battleground
guys watch
prizes of the
commercial.
night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Today, most people don't know where their meat is sourced. For generations, people have.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox. Hey America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected.
Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God!
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
Too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Still Still waiting for some key battlegrounds where polls have closed. We're trying to get the latest raw vote total in. There you see Georgia, again, too soon to call, only 12% in. But you see a big lead for former President Trump. If we go to the other battleground state of North Carolina, also too soon to call. It flips there, only 2% in, and obviously waiting on the raw vote total to fill in some of the picture as we look at our Fox News voter analysis and what the raw vote total is coming in. By the way, on your screen, you'll see everything we have coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen and sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue through the evening.
Some states do it differently.
Every
Yeah, I'm
state
here.
has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
And juggle.
So meanwhile, a Democrat-leaning district in deep red Nebraska,
40,
around the
29.
Omaha area, could hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in Omaha,
The House is
Nebraska, with
19-7.
their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
And we're still at
Hey, Martha and Brett. Polls
Yeah,
close
we're
here
still
in
at
just over an hour.
23-3
And pretty quickly, we should
president.
get a sense of where things are heading here in the 2nd Congressional District. Remember, Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state. And here in Omaha, it's known as the blue dot in this deep red state because Democrats won this district's single electoral vote in both 2008 and 2020. This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again, given how close this race is going to be. That single electoral vote could be a difference maker for Kamala Harris's campaign. Here in Douglas County is where to watch. Election officials will release the first results at 8 p.m.
43-57.
These will be early ballots that have already been counted. And election officials say those votes will make up about half of the entire vote here in Douglas County. What Democrats are going to be looking for as
Oh, it's
these
getting
results
closer
start
now
coming
with
in
Anderson
is
and
the areas
Vindman.
north and
Anderson's
south
up
of
a little
Omaha,
bit
where
more
there are a
now.
lot of Black and Latino voters who haven't turned out in recent elections. Democrats have spent a lot of time and
Wow,
effort
look
this
at that.
time
West
around
Virginia,
to change that.
49-48.
We'll have to see here in the next hour if it pays off. Brett and Martha.
All right.
Thank you, Garrett.
Throughout the night, Harris Faulkner is getting real-time reaction from real voters as results unfold. With voters' voices, they'll be talking about the issues that drove them to the polls. Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience
Yeah,
of
he
Americans
flipped the
making
Senate
their
on that
voices
one.
heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like no other. We know that. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris put 7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been intense. Voters are telling me about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next president. But voters all across America know their power. And with me for the evening, the linchpin of our great republic, the Voters' Voices. You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome. They fall all along the full political spectrum. And over the next several hours, we will hear their take on the race for president and what the issues were that swayed them one way or the other. And the other person who's with us tonight is a friend I've invited, polling expert Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee. You got a big night.
Thank you. Big night.
Yeah,
so excited to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to voters and so on and so forth. And let's just start off with a show of hands real quickly, because the numbers for early vote, 84 million just now. And still counting.
Yeah,
all those
Texas,
mail-in
Pennsylvania,
ballots. So it's
Illinois,
huge,
Michigan, New Jersey,
incredibly large,
Massachusetts,
setting records this
Tennessee,
year. How
Maryland,
many of you
Missouri,
voted
Alabama,
early?
Oklahoma, Connecticut,
Wow. That's a lot,
Mississippi,
right? It's a lot.
Kansas, New
Yeah, and
Hampshire,
how many of
Maine,
you voted today?
and Rhode Island.
Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that compare with what you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half people
And
have
one
early
other
voted. And I think that's and so we could be looking at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going to be more than half have already voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at, the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay. A quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns, and Lee is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they used their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D, while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her.
Virginia's
and I think
really
we saw
upsetting
that
me.
happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined.
Not
she
anymore.
sort of
I'm in
turned very
Indiana
negative.
now.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump was an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said
Still at
people
40,
were
29
reacting
in
to
the
that.
Senate.
I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night.
6 minutes.
Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues.
Still can't believe
with Jesse
Stein won.
Waters
And now
Sean
he's down to
Hannity coming up.
21%. Robinson. I can't either.
At SimpliSafe,
I didn't
we
see
build
that coming
advanced security
whatsoever.
sensors and cameras for your home.
It's Fox College Football Friday.
No.
Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
Hey, America.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean it. Right. And I think if it hadn't been for the leak of the stuff on the internet, then it would probably be a different thing. But unfortunately, it hurt him. That's all you can say. It was his October surprise. Oh, you didn't see all that. Oh. Maybe you should go look it up. I mean, there was a whole bunch of stuff on the internet that social media posts and stuff that he had made in the past that really, I think it really irked a lot of people.
Trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
So I think that's where it really got him.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows.
Well, yeah, he was, and he was trying to get, away from what had happened. And I'm not saying that what he did over there was not good. I'm just saying that that's what some people were looking at. As he was just trying to get from under what happened with the whole internet stuff. Well, he was that guy that was in that one clip where he talked about being a gun owner, and at that point he was just a private citizen. He wasn't even a running person, but everybody said he should run, and he did. And now we're looking at what's going on with that, because everything's public information at that point, right? So they went and they found his old stuff. Found the stuff that he was posting and everything else.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between.
Oh yeah.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
Can now project that former President Trump will win the state of South Carolina.
South Carolina. There we go. 32
the
to
minutes
3
to the next poll closing, and there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32-3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve
we all
Harrigan.
know that the
He
big
is at
state
Senator
is
Rick Scott's
Pennsylvania. They got
campaign
a lot of
headquarters
freaking
in Bonita
electoral
Springs,
votes.
Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters. And we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout.
Yeah, so do
A
I.
couple of items could complicate things throughout the night.
So I
One
voted
is
for
an
Banks,
abortion
too.
initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law.
Banks
the
and
other would
Ron.
be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just,
Right in the room.
just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add
North
Kellyanne
Carolina,
Conway, Jesse
39-60.
Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Look at some
Only
suburban
4%
bellwethers
in, but-
coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the voters flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, the Jewish Americans. But I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee, Florida, plus the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Let's go.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral
Trump's up
votes
to
at
41
stake.
now on
Fox News
electoral vote.
Decision Desk says that this
Oh, that's
is
'cause
obviously
they get
too
in South
early to
Carolina,
call
right?
in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida.
All right,
putting
there we
him
go.
30
105
electoral
to
votes
72.
closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can
Tennessee
project
for Trump.
that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President
Missouri,
Harris will also take some big
Oklahoma.
victories this hour. The Fox News
Illinois
Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the West, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey? Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag, so I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlov, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about
she
that
lost
one
a lot
for
of weight
months
after
to
she had her kid.
I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge. And I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of Election Day polling, that they were smashing records. And we'll see where that all turns out.
71 to 28.
But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion,
43-55.
That's definitely a
Harris.
good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you
Robinson's
said that
back
she had
up to
closed the gap
33%, but they're
with
already
Donald Trump
calling
in terms of who's best to handle the
62,
economy and is
3.
leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida. It looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better.
43-34.
So people split the ticket there. Those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas.
Numbers out of North Carolina are
Carl
just
and now
wow.
Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this. And maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in these suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County up there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline?
Oh, here
so
we go.
We can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these two surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay?
Yep.
52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000.
Well, she's slipping.
You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well?
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their lives. That's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them are going for Harris. I think that issue of democracy.
I'm thinking he did.
One thing about Trump.
Hey,
Trump,
viewers, thanks for tuning in.
It's the same
Appreciate it
fact
very
we
much
keep
for
coming back
watching
to
the,
time and again is, the
we
Trump
are
factor in this
watching
race
the, Fox
is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so
election.
dominant in three previous cycles?
You got me laughing too hard.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
Right.
you wouldn't see
that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
That's a Trump.
it was
That's a Trump.
a huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate
And you
selection
know,
in
she's
2022
over there
that
going,
he got
"Oh my
blamed
God,
for.
did he
So the
just rip his
question is, are we
britches?"
going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive
And
for
if you,
him?
Can we
and
go
if you
to
work your
break?
way
Look
back,
at-
you know what that's about. That's about January 6th.
Can I clarify
The price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by former
leading
President,
away.
by
Look,
current
he's leading
President
away.
Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty
Look
much
at
every minute.
Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. When you think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this, that our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021, to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the mags before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about, you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they're all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They started tonight very anxious about Georgia, and the first batch of data that they're getting is leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead among women showing up. And also, they noted that black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their Get Out the Vote effort. One thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated Trump's Get Out the Vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We're at 43-34 in the Senate,
in Pennsylvania,
and
home to a
41-23
razor-thin
in
Senate
the
race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell you, will win once again in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win her third term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term. And let's take a look at the balance of power and how it shapes up at this point in the evening. 8:18 on the East Coast. You have 43 Republicans securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate, and a long way to go in the upper chamber as well.
We have a lot of raw vote totals starting to dump into those early states. More Democracy 24 coverage ahead as we await the next round of poll closing.
While you watch Fox News, stay connected at foxnews.com with.
Hey America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards. It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. It just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of days.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, Family, Football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
As a head football coach, my job is to teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, Family, Football. New series streaming now.
The economy, obviously, the biggest issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there, okay? When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this Election Day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
Sandra,
thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that were betting prior to this election day. Right. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha,
Just
I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular.
At 8:30.
The one issue that is bothering investors and
that's the state
corporations
that has
out
like
there
3 different
is the plan of Kamala Harris
districts.
to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time, and the word on that is that
how are they giving
cuts
the win to
into
Harris
wages.
when Trump is up
Something's got to give. When a
before
corporation is looking at a
How is that?
28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business in America. Also, you want to expect issues and differences on energy policy, and probably the sleeper of them all is regulation.
Dang, it's a
Kamala
dead
Harris is
time
likely to come
in
out with a
Ohio
whole
at
host of
49,
new regulations
49.
around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now,
Yeah.
you know, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers.
Right.
We need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. You know, I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what
Look
the
here,
policies
Maryland,
are
they
gonna
got
be.
Harris
It's
up
watching
there
like a hawk,
winning,
but
but
I
it's
don't think it knows yet.
64.6
I mean,
for
I
Trump
don't
and
know.
33
We've got to
for
see what
Harris.
happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. You know, it started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over
Ohio is
and win?
49-6,
I mean,
Harris
a lot of people think
49-7
he is.
Trump.
He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. He's going to peel off a lot of black votes for
Ohio's
young
gonna be a
people's
close
vote.
state.
That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the
Ohio
party.
is
The question
dead
is,
heat.
could he expand that working
49-4
class
to 49-7.
coalition enough to win this election? And give me another hour or two, and I'll try to answer that question.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles, you know, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2, 4, it was 6 points for us in the closing days.
Yeah, Vice President Harris benefited from a couple of things, I think. First, the media. Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday, we learned that last month we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all
Kansas
the storms
is
you want.
leaning Harris,
All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers also factor that in. Our jobs numbers have been going down steadily since 2021, and now wages are really beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call the employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone, particularly folks who are already having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue, and Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs, because conservative economists hate it. Obviously, the media is going to hate it. No one will talk about the fact that the tariffs that he put in already have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way, the Biden administration
Virginia's
pounced on them. They
49-1,
didn't take them away.
49-2.
They actually
It's a
added
dead
to them.
heat
So,
state.
but all that negative press to go out there and say, I'm going to do this, when everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money on their Biden-Harris policies, including flooding our country with cash we did not need. It was fun for regular folks, and you got the city check and went to the mall. But now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha, to the comment on jobs? Because here, too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important.
71-27
Kevin
in
O'Leary, just
Pennsylvania.
with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price control,
Virginia's at
49.0,
Harris,
we left those
49.3 Trump.
alone, and they are
Ohio's
very,
49.4
very
Harris,
dangerous
49.9
ideas.
Trump.
But don't you think, I
Two
mean,
tight tapes right there, Bob.
with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters,
All right, guys,
and I remember
we've got a
firing
call to
squads.
make,
Well, then
and we
you
will
need
come
to
back to
read
you guys.
the.
Nope,
You
they
need
just
to read
called
the story
something
for
for
Trump.
Trump.
You
He's
need
got one
to
on
read
one.
it more.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue
Thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision
Arkansas.
Desk can now predict that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night, and
Yeah,
the
but
ticker there on
Ohio,
the bottom, and then we'll
Virginia
scroll through the races
are
by state.
dead heat
We'll
states.
look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio.
Yeah,
I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio.
Yeah, but it's right now it's a dead
I
heat.
wish we missed it.
We'll just dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance
North
than we heard
Dakota's
on the campaign
Trump
trail when it came in. They're
68.
absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Brett?
You know, we didn't really get into policy. I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about
Yeah,
whether the
48
anti-Trump
in
Republican,
Virginia
never Trump
for Harris
movement
and 49.5 for Trump.
would end up mattering. Our voter analysis
Kansas is at
memos
50.8
tells
to
us that if she
47.9.
wins,
Ohio's
that
at
will be the decisive
49.2.
factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that,
Yeah.
but it's interesting that. And I think that what we have here in
Pennsylvania,
the fact that
71.5
that the
27.7.
Trump
I
campaign
just
has made
can't believe
such an
that.
effort to turn out these low propensity voters. That is to say, what we might call
I know.
unlikely voters. That might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean, Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, oh, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know, that the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes.
43-34
Another woman
in the
got
Senate.
97 electoral votes. They spent over
North
$100 million.
Carolina now
I
is
like them all very
49.7
much.
to
I'm glad they're part of the
49.3.
party.
Harris
Donald Trump has
leaning.
expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states that
District of
President
Columbia
Obama
is
won
showing
twice
no
with well over
districts and
50%
no
of the vote.
votes
We don't even
cast
talk
in
about
the
them as swing states
declared
anymore.
Harris.
He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight.
Well,
So
I
I
know
have to push
that,
back
but-
a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John
They did
Kelly.
the same
and
thing with
everybody
Arkansas.
just
They
has
gave
to
it to
cover,
Trump,
the mainstream
even
media has
though
to cover it.
it's
They're
a
missing the big story,
0% right now.
which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris.
Idaho.
They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that
Yeah.
he has converted this into the party
Yeah,
of the
that's the
worker,
state
and
they
he has
named
told
after,
Americans not
Idaho.
everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And
It
she's
is
not
a-
doing that. She's
it's
not
a-
winning black men. Folks, Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we
Pennsylvania.
will see that.
Maryland-
because that blue wall will
Maryland
really
just
tell us
showed-
something.
Hey, Maryland
but
just showed
it is changing. The
69-1 to
party's
Trump,
changing. There's a lot of
28-3 to
Reagan
Harris, but they gave it
Democrats,
to Harris.
in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. You know, the Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet, and we'll see when that happens. My expectation
Look
is
at
still
that.
that Kamala Harris will win
49-3.
it, but I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up, Pennsylvania, for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he
Look
went
at
to
Kansas,
New York
49-4,
and New Mexico
49-3, dead
and it were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So. And she did the same thing in places as well.
Hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona.
9 o'clock. Arizona,
Remember
New
Arizona?
York.
Michigan,
Yep, look at all that.
Wisconsin. This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Yep.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate...
I mean, it is getting close. I mean, look at you look at states like Virginia where it's a dead heat, Ohio where it's a dead heat, Kansas where it's a dead heat. Ohio's 48-8, 50.5. North Carolina 49-5, 49-5. I mean, it's dead heat damn near every state. 49-1, 49-6 in freaking Kansas. I mean, these numbers are wow.
It just pushes me to be stronger.
No, but I'm still amazed at some of these numbers. Oh yeah, I know.
Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Easy and affordable promotion. Fast turnaround, free shipping, easy online ordering.
All right.
4-day turnaround and free online proof.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. We're watching the vote count come in, the electoral or
Newtown tonight.
and we're looking at how close this race is in Kansas, Virginia, North Carolina. They are really close. Georgia is close. Pennsylvania is the runaway, it looks like right now for Kamala, but we'll have to see how it goes.
In the day. And then in Luzerne County, there's one polling location that's staying open till 9:30. That's in Laughlin for similar issues. The DNC also made a legal push to try to keep polls open in Northampton County later. That actually ended up being denied by a judge. That was due to there being very long lines of Lehigh University students there and polling issues as well. So yeah, in theory, polls have closed, but once again, if you are in line, even by that deadline, you are still able to cast a ballot, guys. Send it back to you.
Hey, Alex, thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Listen, bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than Biden in Douglas County. There's other metro counties of Georgia. Slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little of a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here. Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. You got a lot of this map starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding, and you see, you know, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right?
Yep, I'm here.
Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too.
Okay,
All right,
so
so
all
there's
the
a ton of
blue
vote out there,
areas.
by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less, too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board, and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades, and around 2016 it flipped toward the Democrats, and right now a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, you know, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out in the Peach State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think
back to you on that.
that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice, 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland
which
and Cuyahoga.
seems-
Those are your three main
which
population
seems
centers.
just odd, you
They
know what
have
I
been
mean?
blue for some time. I would not expect them
Cal
to be
starting
even
to
a
come
shade
back
of
up
rosé.
on
Okay,
Kane,
but let's go to my
48 to
hometown.
51.
That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these. That's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten to be pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going south. That's one of the things that as somebody from Colorado will say.
We're now at
all
60
these people
house
moved
seats
in from
to
California.
35.
And Colorado was reliably red when I was a kid. It is now reliably blue. And so you get South
Yep.
Park making
The
fun
Senate
of
is
California all the time and being very frustrated
43,
that they moved
34.
there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the
I'm
Northeast
gonna
and
say
moving
this,
to
it's
Florida,
looking
they're
like
not all of a
Trump's
sudden
gonna
bringing
win
a bunch
North
of
Carolina
Democratic
and Virginia.
politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch
Especially
in the
since all-
numbers
usually
there. The other thing I
blue
wanted to
states
say
are
is
the
that
blue counties that are late to get
one
their
of the
vote
things I
in.
think we're seeing, especially with some of
Yeah.
these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is
Oh, it
dire.
was a squirrel.
And they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be
It was
interesting to
Peanut the
see is
squirrel.
Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
49,
Well,
5
it goes to what
almost
Kellyanne was
50%
saying
of the vote
earlier
in
about
Virginia.
the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies. These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on.
There it is.
That number suggests,
47-9,
that's what she was
51-3.
suggesting. It could close there. We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina still, the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night. As we think about these numbers here over the next few
Look at
weeks.
North Carolina, 52-9 to 46-1.
Or shorter if
Yeah,
these
if it's
surprises
Virginia.
happen.
So we really have to look at the gender breakdown. In
Maryland,
these
they
states
still
and
have
where
it for
we
her,
are
but he's at
half the vote
64 to
in
33.
someplace like Ohio and Texas.
I mean,
where that vote's coming
where,
from. We're gonna get
how are they
that.
projecting these wins?
coming
when-
up.
Minutes away, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean
10
Hannity
minutes
will
for
enter
those to
our
close.
chat as our special coverage continues.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitor.
So, you see what I'm saying, though? They're showing that Trump's losing in a state when he's actually winning the state. Maryland, 64 to 33 with less than 1% in, but they've already called it for Harris. How is it? I don't either, dude. I'm perplexed on how they're calling that. Yeah, but well, I get that.
This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you learn into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
It's too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
What?
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yeah, I get that, but it's still they should.
Come and be baptized in the River Jordan. I speak in the name of the one true God.
As a head football coach, my job is teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
But you know what I'm saying? They shouldn't be calling a race until they know for sure who the winner is, or if it's a dead. Right. I mean, it's like NASCAR and the going back to the old point system or staying with the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the
You know all about that.
Real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
Hey, Dylan, how you been, buddy?
We are getting a lot of new numbers in here, and we are about to see a close in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all obviously battleground states, all very hotly contested, and those closes are just minutes
Oh,
away.
dude,
So
war,
meanwhile, let's
war,
check back in with Harris Faulkner, who is
war
speaking
what?
with voters and hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing, Martha. Thank you. This is Voters' Voices.
Yeah, War Thunder. That's it. That's what I'm trying to get out.
We have a fabulous
Need to come play,
voters talking
Dylan.
with us about the top issues in the race for the
Need
White
to
House.
come play some War
Most
Thunder.
polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class. And I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy. And they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah. All right. I want to go to Alexandria now, Republican registered voter. Still not sure all the way up until the time you voted.
Looks like Kansas.
What did you do and why?
Democrat.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Eris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. This is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election. Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right. Oh, this is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming in too, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Harris, thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel.
Oh, here
Sean,
comes
you're watching
Hannity.
all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, et cetera. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective tonight. To me, it's a numbers game. I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier today, and I made the point going into today that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers problem was they didn't have anywhere near the votes or the percentages of votes that they had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris. Now, that's a math problem that you have to overcome with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halperin. If you took a look, he's been doing a really good job analyzing numbers, I think. Now, in Philadelphia, I'm trying to get an answer that I'd like an important question to. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students. Okay. The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men. And these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring.
I'm waiting for it to
Trump
come back.
won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah. Thank you. The electoral vote count about to go up. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan, one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative
We're
Ruben
at
Gallego has a lead
46-37 in the
on
Senate.
Republican
We
candidate
need
Carrie
61
Lake.
to
Also
take
too early
control.
to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska,
And we're
and
at
there are two
72,
Senate
41
races
in the
on the
House.
ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is too close, is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, two-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a fourth term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici.
Yes.
North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a second term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel. And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so
Go blue, go blue.
Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about? Michigan. We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this is really.
No, I didn't hear a word you said.
You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, that hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county. Okay, the question is the margin. The question is whether or not, you know, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points, okay? So Trump right now, flipping that county, you know, is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider.
95% is in.
Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. You know, 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they were maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
All right, Michigan's
Just 'cause
starting
I
to come
popped
in.
Up, guys, I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on
Robert
the side, a little
Kennedy's
backsheesh, right?
put it on the ballot there.
Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this.
Yeah.
Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They try to get him off the ballot. The court
Everybody
said, no,
thinks
you got to
you're
be on
tuning
the
in. We're
ballot.
watching the
He's
election
drawing
results on Fox News.
2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far.
So
Harold, that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot.
I said I'll be right back.
He's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the 2 smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario under which there will
Any
be
other
a
topic
tie.
for discussion tonight?
Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that, yes.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, you know, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair, Smarkets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
It's a basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, you know, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time, apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not. No, we're not. I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
more interviews?
More interviews to sit down and talk.
After the one with Brett?
After the one with Brett.
She booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on it. I thought she did. She gave in that interview.
So,
and I thought if I
how many
would
hand
have gone
counts
out
you
and
think
done
are going to
more,
be?
but she did some, and
She was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
Brett, I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin, and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there, because I don't want this fight. The country doesn't need this debate.
But the House does the president, and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical, the margin that she's leading by. Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that
what other state they call for Trump now? He has
by
195.
more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make here. Come on, let's see what the state.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on. Really tight. The exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout.
Hey, viewers, thanks for
Philly
tuning
and
in.
the
Make sure you
suburbs
give
of
us a
Philly.
like.
We talked
If
earlier
you
about
like
the
to comment
university
or content.
population. That's one part of the
as always, we'd
population.
like to thank our
But the
sponsor, Red
vote
Spoilers,
lead
for
was
giving us this moment here.
700,000 below what they were
You were
in
watching the
2020.
election results.
So that's a lot of ground to make up.
If you have a comment, let us know.
Now,
Tell us who you like,
this
who
is
you
what
didn't
they're
like.
saying. They believe
Tell us
this
who
is
you
going to
voted
be a
for.
tortoise hair kind
We
of
don't
night
care
for
who you
them
voted for.
in Pennsylvania, in as
We
much
just
as
trying to bring
they
you
don't
the
even
raw
think
facts.
Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up.
Yeah.
Those
Tell
are
us
the
what
numbers
state
that they
you're
are
from.
saying. Now, if
Appreciate
that is
everybody being
true,
here.
that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions.
So they just called
all these
Ohio
years,
for Trump, taking him
and
to
if she does end
145.
up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here.
46,
He's
37
shaking his
in
head
the
and saying, "I
Senate.
could've won
It's just
Pennsylvania."
interesting that they're
And
analyzing this data like we all
78,
are,
56 in the
and
House.
that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing
Virginia
from
is so
either
dead.
reporters
48-7,
or Democrats, believe it or not, I have a few of those
49-5
friends.
to Trump.
And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I've not had a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra's raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all-call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem, I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder, are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution, or a very cautious move.
Well, at least they're doing
Republicans
something
are
about it.
upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha?
It's a long night in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
At least
So
they're-
the Fox News
they're
decision
jumping on
desk
it right
can
now
now
and
project
fixing
that
it.
Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race
takes her
to
to
270.
113.
That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
I hope they called Braun for Indiana. Meyer for Indiana.
America is watching Democracy 20.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten.
Yeah, that's I've said the same thing. Yeah.
Hey America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's
I mean,
live in New York. Tickets
yeah.
available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
Wisconsin is showing Trump ahead 57.8 to 40.9 right now. Iowa's leaning Harris right now. New Mexico is leaning Harris. Trump's still ahead in Georgia. DC still has no numbers in, but Harris winning. Maryland now went 65 to Harris, 32 to Trump. Maine is 48-1, 49-8 for Trump. Minnesota is 59-3 to 38 for Trump, or for Harris.
As a head football coach, my job is teach these boys
Well,
to worship is what it means to win.
in the Senate, we're 47-37, 51 needed, so we did get another seat there because we were at 46. And we're at 83-59 in the Senate, and we need 218 to take control of that.
God, family, football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job to put your heart into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
It's too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Texas Senator Ted Cruz will
All
have
right,
another
Cruz
a
keeps
third
his
term,
seat.
and he has defeated Democratic Congressman, former NFL player Colin Allred. There was some movement in this race. It tightened a little bit, and there was some discussion that maybe Ted Cruz might lose his seat, but he has handily.
Do you know how much money they
Colin
poured into
Allred.
that race?
Yeah.
Democrats poured a ton of money into that race. Colin Allred was a
Good candidate.
good candidate.
Absolutely, good debater.
Minus being in Texas, I mean, he was really a really good Democratic candidate. As you look at the balance of power, 47-37. Again, West Virginia has already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race, as a possible flip in the U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with Brooke. Good evening.
Good evening. I could tell you some behind-the-scenes info right now. We have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race, and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this extremely seriously. But again, the crowd here going wild. They are very excited about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky-tonk in Nashville. Of
course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by in
Pete?
a second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick.
Hello,
They're
Pete.
coming to
Hold on.
us.
You're
In a
on.
moment.
Should we
Hold
get
on.
Pete a drink?
Just
Hello.
stand by, everybody. We're
Go ahead.
coordinating with the
Pete.
mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete Hegseth.
Mothership
in Nashville.
calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey guys, yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas, Tommy Laird. We just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. If this sentiment isn't reflective of what's happening in this election, could be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
Thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having
lot.
a pretty good time there.
They are.
We're having a
We're
pretty
back
good
with our
time here.
panel. Britt Hume,
Maybe
Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out there.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know, they start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line. And that's where the Republican votes started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania. And the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, He won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I'm going to do something that's a little ugly. But for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, you know, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So.
But the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, and that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it. Yeah. And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning. And we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night.
Bill,
and maybe even
Trump's
into
up 3 points in North Carolina with 58% in.
There'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia, and, you know, it's just, yeah, it's dominating, 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call. We'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire, they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races.
Montana.
Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kayleigh, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270.
I just asked AI and it said, sorry, I can't help with this one.
Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play, the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
You believe you were sent by God?
Hey, America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards. It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
It's too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
As a head football coach, my job is teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. It just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of dates.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, family, football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives.
Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
9:43 on the East Coast. Let's take you through some of these key states because nothing that has happened so far is shocking at this point. Most of it, we're watching Virginia and we're waiting for North Carolina. But some of this has laid out in a way that is not unpredictable. But let's look at Pennsylvania for a moment here and see how Pennsylvania is shaping up at this hour. And you see you've got a 47 to 52 percentage, and I'm trying to see the percentage that is in right now in Pennsylvania, 32%, thank you. So we're waiting for a lot more vote to come in Pennsylvania, and what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly, but what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine State, and when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout, but there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay,
Grady, thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean, and they still may make T-shirts. But
I'm not only saying North Carolina, I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay. Bill Hemmer tracking that. Are we backing that up on the wall?
You know, I tell you what, just, Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County, up to 47% African-American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. Yep. In the midterms, they had more than 85%
look how close it is
voter
there.
turnout. in
49
one
to
county, okay? You're going to
49.5.
get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what
Here we go to the wall again.
is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump. 0.2 percentage points, you know, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference down in Wisconsin. Very similar.
It's trending back.
Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can
Let's
we
clear
go
that.
to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. You got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Don't
Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections
You
with
agree,
Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Meskwaki County?
Sorry?
Meskwaki, is that what it's called? Just north
Yeah.
of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, you know, but not during the Trump years. they got softer and softer. And they are, Wasaki here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. Sorry, Waukesha, excuse me. And then you get into Washington, and then you get into, over in the lake is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point, 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The wow counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it
So
was.
if he wins that county,
so we'll
he could
keep
win
an
the
eye on it
state.
because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin.
Yep, 6
for
minutes.
you.
Little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County in the Great Lakes. And obviously, this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
Yeah, I know. It's a weird count, but it's coming out like it's supposed to, I guess.
Against UCLA. It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox. Hey America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
Too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those
All right, I'm
who
back.
lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school.
Yep.
Seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
47-38.
And get your first year
Need 51, and at the House we're 111 to 77.
Just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl
So
trafficking.
here's my question:
Isn't just in
if he picks up Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia, and she still gets Pennsylvania, he should still have enough electoral votes because that'll make Pennsylvania not really, you know what I mean?
Sanctuary America.
But that again, like he said, she would have to win every one of the blue states from there out.
Yes.
But if they flip Wisconsin, then good night, it's over. And you know she's going to get California. Yeah, if She's going to get California, Washington, and Oregon.
Election night unfolding before our eyes. We've got a lot happening as you take a look at the big board on the scorecard. Right now, the electoral vote count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice President Harris at 117.
We're still waiting, obviously, for Georgia to fill in and North Carolina to fill in. But there's a lot of discussion about that outstanding vote and whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to...
In 2020,
Yeah. All right, so let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown, and what's going on there. Hi, Jeff.
We'll be there in a little bit right when it starts, but right now we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much. We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon. We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Looks like Trump might get named.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And have been 2 hours.
Very quickly,
3 hours and 14
it is now
minutes.
10 p.m.
3
here in
hours
New
and
York.
14
Three
minutes.
more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another
All
6
right.
votes, electoral votes to his
205.
column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
No, it's 205. They already called it.
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan, and just
You're
keep in
waiting on
mind that in
Virginia,
all
too.
these
You haven't
places,
called
there's
it
a lot
either.
of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy
We're at
putting up a
48-38
real
now in
fight
the
and may
Senate.
win. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to
114 to
call
80
there.
in the House.
Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning
Look,
by a lot.
Trump just went
because of
ahead
the
in
huge
Pennsylvania.
splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3. 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him, he said, buckle up, Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning.
The 2 votes in
Watch
Nebraska,
out for
and she got the 1.
vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question, actually, for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County, in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living. And I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and we're
Jen Higgins is killing it in Virginia
if it
Beach.
turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big sign.
Even close, Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet, nor Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold?
Do we know what's outstanding?
Others have called
because he's at the wall.
Georgia, North Carolina?
I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? You know, number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have
I
something
just
else?
found this electoral map.
Gotcha.
Look at this. It shows Trump at 198 and Harris at 99. It shows Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota for Trump, leading right now. Huh? 198 to 99. What the hell? Come on, what happened? Come on. All right, somehow I lost my feed. That sucks. Come on. Come on.
Seventy-one come in, that's right. And she's at 61%. You know, I mean, you guys watched it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way,
Sean.
all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think they missed that.
So what is, how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here,
49,
Sean, because we have this
49,
enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of
48-3,
flipped.
49-9.
Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So, was it even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running against tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh.
You want the popular vote count?
Overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016. And there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down.
42,980,782 for
what
Trump.
If scenario, and her
37,938 or 938, 428.
That the early
Harris,
vote gave Republicans an
Stein
early
has
boost, and the question is what the day of vote's going to show. Is her path narrowing as we get
other candidates?
More into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. When it started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening. to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshot.
It should be. Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final accounting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Trish, let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin, okay? So go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current
Fox
day, right? It's
News
2024,
has
isn't it, guys?
Trump
Yeah,
at
I do believe,
117.
So,
270 to win has it.
Okay,
198 Trump,
go ahead.
109
Where's
Harris.
the edge at 51%?
The 2020 vote.
They show Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maine,
okay, I'm going to do
Wisconsin,
something here, and
Minnesota,
you're going
Iowa,
to see a
Kansas.
slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember
Right
these numbers,
now.
all right? Versus
So-
2020. Here is
But
Biden's
Arizona and New
number.
Mexico are
So
going.
she's about.
Huh?
You do the math.
Yeah, Indiana. Been called long ago.
What Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all
Light
right?
blue is
Right now,
leading,
with 46% of the vote reported.
Democrat.
In Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up
Republican.
3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down
Well,
here to
last
Outagamie.
at
All
11.
right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was
We probably
4
won't
years
have
ago.
that
Take that
already.
off. This is Winnebago,
For a
right?
couple days, who
Trump
knows?
is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to, like, drive the numbers up. And he's able to do that. And so
Yeah,
this is
well,
where we
call it
sit,
a night.
you know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry. Come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Wow. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Well, now they're flipping Virginia blue.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or
49-4
something.
to
It's hard to understand what it
49-0.
Can I
is.
ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the,
Yeah,
the
on this
betting
other
odds
map.
numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that Jesse...
Actually, they've called
Yeah,
it
the
for
media-
Harris.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take
No, we
pause.
haven't
There is
yet.
a very
I'm sorry, they
strong
haven't called it yet.
possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table, and that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants.
They just called Illinois
what will this say, Brett, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting, because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. Everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
The Des Moines
another
Register,
mention,
I mean, another chit, right?
A poll that will not be named. Yes.
That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys, okay? 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point,
What's that?
even
They're
that
not
he's
going to call him
here
yet?
at this moment, from January
Right.
7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
ever.
True, right?
I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like, yes, he's a tough guy and he's
That's a great point.
energetic, but it could be because of that.
Overdone.
Well, and also,
Overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
The Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
Final word.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House. He got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House. But that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
So we shall see.
Yeah, so we may have this conversation several hours
You said
from
if.
now.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now. Seven, 8, and 9.
What am I?
Avengers.
A cut of prime, you know.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
guys. Great coverage.
Have fun. Fantastic to be
We're the
together.
I don't think so.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was great.
Fun
It was great.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Election Night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply
Oh, I
Safe.
didn't hear who you said. No.
Are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York.
I couldn't tell you, dude.
FoxNation.com/Patriot Awards. It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. Against UCLA. It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
I will say that I've met Tim Kaine a couple times, and he's not. He wasn't a bad guy at one point. He wasn't a bad guy at one point. No, I didn't vote for him. But he was my boss when I was in the National Guard, and I did, you know.
Rescue High Surf, all new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
I didn't vote for Kane.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's?
No, I'm looking at something right now.
Are we a country that even has?
I'm trying to.
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
As a head football coach, my job is teach these boys to worship.
If Kamala was to get all the states right now that are leaning her towards her, she would be at 163, right? Hold on. Give me a second.
Streaming now, part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes.
I gotta be there. I gotta get up at 5.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
If Trump was to win every state with his count currently, with every state that's leaning Republican right now, he would be at 295. Yep.
We are back, and Jackie Heinrich is standing by at the Harris campaign headquarters, where there is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
They ain't dancing no more.
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in this crowd, who's in this crowd, what is their connection to the vice president, which groups were invited. We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now, they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right,
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, My chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the counting hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all-call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. At last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
Double counting.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Brit Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're saying right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%. the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You know,
they got Trump now at 211 on here.
The strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be a candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency, probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race.
Well, I keep looking at this other one too, trying to see.
It's a good point because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disastrous.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa.
Oh, that's what
Trump
they did.
is performing well in rural
Iowa
areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh, name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like. Maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, and Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because the reason is she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
So she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here. Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne. Should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy.
Oh, now they're showing Michigan for Trump.
Now, look, we're still
on the
early,
southern map.
a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way, but if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight.
And
if
Arizona
you want
now
to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia, then I'll hit Pennsylvania, all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number 1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing 0.5 point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we'll keep a track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C., counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago, he said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting it. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on
What?
young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy
Yep.
and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just on Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall, just for the sake of the audience, to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the blue wall remains what we have.
She
what we're
has one
focused on.
big path. Yeah, he's
That's
got
the
two paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start it just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
that's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine,
Nebraska 2.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, we'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go
Let
there.
me go ahead and reset this, because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out, and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day, 2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there.
Yeah.
This thing could go higher. Anyway,
That 3%. Yeah, that 3% poll. Yeah.
Sandra, and get a look, because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now.
37.
I want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you. Interesting stuff, especially that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20-plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by
On the
more
House
than 20
side, we're at
points.
146 of
With
96.
Hispanic voters, Brett, it's a very seismic.
Which
now we're at
means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed to this, that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory, are in very narrow path. That if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way, and you sort of have this feeling that
now on this other map that I
Hispanic
have
vote is no longer going to be so segmented.
it shows Minnesota at 61 to Kamala's 36.
And there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any
Trump
group,
at
but
50,
the
Kamala with
traditional
48.
faith-based in many
Michigan,
ways,
Trump with 50.9,
Hispanic family
Kamala
that
with 47.
is not responding
And
to
in Pennsylvania,
what Kamala
Trump
Harris
with
is talking
50.7,
about and
Kamala
focusing
with
on.
48.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset would
In North
emerge
Carolina,
as big themes because Democrats have
50.8 to
enjoyed great advantages with
48.1.
certain groups of people.
And
The
in
numbers
Georgia,
didn't show up
51.1 to
today.
48.2.
May be a dead
And
end.
Virginia,
What
she
it shows
flipped
is
it
that
back to
we're going to have to, as a
50%
party,
her,
rethink
48.3.
and reformulate, reconstitute how we think about going after voters.
And
if these
in
votes hold
Arizona,
up,
it's dead heat,
and even if they don't, the
49.7,
numbers are narrowing.
49.5,
So you have
Trump
to
ahead.
rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days
But if
about
he
how,
was to get,
how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming
Wisconsin,
home, this is a
Michigan,
very different.
Minnesota, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, it's done.
That she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned and she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He
Just
said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound that there was, and
All right, we
even
gotta
up to early this
Well, all
evening.
the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Hey America, are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards. It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa against UCLA. It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job you have to put your heart into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
It's been dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
The border isn't just broken, it's shattered.
Sex trafficking, human smuggling, fentanyl trafficking.
And the cost isn't just in dollars.
My daughter was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a border?
Streaming now on Fox Nation.
As a head football coach, my job is teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. It just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of dates.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, family, football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd District in the state of Maine.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
So let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped, and people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive, and I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
Mike, and as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first, and then we'll get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast.
I thought you said Jim Jordan, not Mike Johnson.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting.
We knew that was going to happen.
Can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
That takes her to 193.
President will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel: Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarloff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states, and that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party and how we talk about message to and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away.
I don't know, because it relies on Georgia and North Carolina.
We've seen since
and they don't want to call
it's
it
the
yet.
most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on
Trump
this thing
wins
for a
all the
moment and
states
call this
leaning
perhaps the
Trump,
greatest
he's at
night the
312
Democratic Party
right
can ever
now.
have if they lose. And let me
All right.
explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process.
And if
they
she
missed that
wins
opportunity.
all the ones
this is a
that are
chance for them to.
leaning,
I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying
Leaning
they get to reboot.
her way.
They get to go
She
back
only
to the
gets to
center. They get
213.
to scratch this whole thing. And the
Looking at this
influences
map that
of
they're showing
a
right now.
Schumer or a Pelosi or
So-
a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys
Yeah,
are
she
gone
only has
in 4
2
years.
for
They
Maine,
won't
1
have
for
that kind of
Nebraska,
influence.
1
This
for
could be
Nebraska,
great for America
4 for New
because I'm an
Hampshire,
investor.
5 for New
I have to work with
Mexico,
who's
8 for
ever in the
Oregon,
White
and
House
13
in
for
January.
Virginia.
But I care about policy.
I
And when I
see
hear
it.
policies coming out of a party that are so
Hold on, I'll tell you.
twisted against the American way of life,
She's
like
running for Senate, right?
basically taxing capital gains that
She's
are unrealized.
52.5 to 45.8.
Or price
Gary Lake's
controls. That's
losing.
not America.
Ruben
28%
Gallego-
tax rate takes us to the bottom
Gallego
quartile of
is
competition.
winning that one.
That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win
96
and do the
million
reboot. We
votes
can still do those things.
between the two presidents right now. Trump has 51 million and Kamala has 45
We
million.
do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie
All
Moreno,
right.
who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now,
these
think
Senate
about
races.
this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate.
Not quite yet, Hero. You're only
Chuck
at
Schumer,
50.
if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that Jon Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong. And we'll keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia. And, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state.
Right now, it's 60.5%
now,
for Trump,
Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio,
for
and
Harris,
that helped Bernie Moreno as well. Will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is, Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost
even
everything
in the
because there was just
blue
throw the
counties
thumbs up
in
type election. And Kamala Harris
Montana,
is basically
Minnesota,
weighed down by the Biden administration, and
like
she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
For the vote in
you have a state like
one
Ohio
county.
where
90% is
Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time.
48-9
and sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while. It takes a couple cycles.
Ramsey 57-39.
But Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought, the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security.
She's not winning by much.
It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, Brett, the answer is a resounding unfortunate for me. Yes, I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
and
there.
we're, one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, Jon Tester's the Democrat Jon Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan. And there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
The popular vote right now is 54 million for Trump, 48 million for Kamala Harris.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply.
It's Fox College Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa. My goodness! Against UCLA. It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox. Hey, America. Are you ready? The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent. Come and be baptized in the River Jordan.
I speak in the name of the one true God. As a head football coach, my job is teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
My little brother was diagnosed with leukemia. He just pushes me to be stronger.
He's so sweet.
Gone on a couple of days.
You don't know how to kiss.
Come on.
Show us.
I always do trust in God.
You can beat a team, but it's hard to beat a family.
Give it up to Jesus.
God, family, football. Streaming now. Part of Fox Faith on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
You want to be a lifeguard? This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf is the hottest drama on TV.
This is a job to put your heart into. You fight and never give up.
And you can watch it anytime.
Welcome to the North Shore.
And every Monday,
Watch and learn, Junior.
it's all new action.
You gotta work hard and you gotta play hard.
All new adventure.
Too dangerous.
We're going in.
All new episodes.
It's all in a day's work.
Rescue High Surf. All new Mondays on Fox and anytime on Hulu.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their time in school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes will be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
Yeah.
Welcome back to our coverage of a big election night, and things are shifting by the moment. We are too early to call right now. The decision desk says in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there. But you can see that Georgia were the lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision
this other
desk is
site's
holding
already
back
called
there.
North Carolina for
also 89% in,
so
136,000
he's at
votes.
230
That's
on this
starting
other
to
map.
get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're watching are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now, and the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake. And they have recounted these 31,000 ballots, or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines. And if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there.
70
The
map.
machines operated for hours
I'm
when the
looking at
Republican
online.
Observer noticed
They've already
it, flagged
called North Carolina
that
for
particular
Trump.
problem.
So he's at
The
230.
city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots will run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
It had been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because it's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here, the Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some. We're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Harmer, Kaylee McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
It's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kaylee McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan, and even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36, because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime.
He looks worried.
Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor. Yeah. She said, I'm the top cop. She, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Exactly. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm 436. I see the error of my ways. I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Kayla McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now. Yeah. Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. I just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is outperforming, overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen and come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see what the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. Come up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially are saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.
Reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how this works out, and everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
and we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
They already know that Trump won.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's
What? They
house,
just
you
gave
revisit your own
Minnesota
child?
It's Fox
Kamala
College
lead
Football
in Minnesota.
Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb
All
Jones
right,
and
so
Beats
let's go like down here.
against UCLA. It all kicks off at 9 Eastern on Fox.
Hey, America, are you ready?
The 2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards. Be part of this year's celebration, live in New York. Tickets are available now. Go to foxnation.com/Patriot Awards.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans
So
offering their first
if Trump wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, he gets 305.
from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
Yeah, no. And she has 233. Even if you put Alaska for Kamala, she's only at 236. All right, so if I give that, that gives him 305 to her 233. Yeah, this map has a way there.
It's in lives. Anybody who is here illegally knows they will be protected. Where was my son's sanctuary?
Sanctuary America.
Are we a country that even has a
Well, Idaho's already been called for him. Yeah, that's
my job is teach these boys to worship is what it means to win.
now if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she wins 277 to 261. Wow. But if she loses New Mexico and Nevada, Trump wins 272, 266.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent. Come and be baptized in the River Jordan.
Wow. No wonder they're going to bed. They think they got this in the bag. They think they do, yeah.
Right now and see how
Because,
you can save.
all right, they're planning on getting Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Nevada. That would give her 277. If Trump gets Wisconsin, Michigan, that takes him to 286.
Physically changed. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough for you.
If he gets Minnesota, then it takes him to 296.
Welcome. Good to have you
If
here.
he gets Nevada, that takes him to
How are you feeling
302.
about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
Sean Hannity may have.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best was when he said, "I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis."
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups, and that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition, and how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know, and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? For years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high. But their essential argument was, Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy.
Yeah, New Mexico just looked to her. But if
Trump
wins Nevada, loses Minnesota, wins Wisconsin, loses Michigan and Pennsylvania, but picks up Georgia, he still wins 271 to 267.
I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that.
I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him. But
58 million for Trump, 53 million for Harris.
From this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
Yeah, but New Mexico, Alaska, and
Former President Trump has
Hawaii don't 40 million.
If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did.
They don't look so happy.
And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, etc., they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
But
yeah,
and look at that. All of those in that one were
argument. Like you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News Decision Desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters.
They just called Virginia for Harris.
They took the they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Doocy, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we had more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation
you guys have
of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
I'm going to have to get off of here now because
Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point,
you guys have a great day, and hopefully your candidate pulls it out in the morning.